What up, gamers? How's it going? Eh? Ugh. I need to see the live one. I need to do the pop out chat or something. This work? I'm just gonna see the chat. I haven't done this in so long. So, bear with me a little bit. Oh, I think I can do just chats. I can do like that, can I? Oh, wait, I can do this. Please. Here, can I do this? Because I have the restream chat and whatnot, so I want to be able to see. Why is it white? Whatever. Why is it white on white? Alright, whatever. We'll see how that goes. Oh, how's it going? How's it going, gamers? I don't know why I decided that this was the game. I was gonna be like, make my epic return. It's not really an epic return. Someone, someone that follows me randomly messaged me the other day, and they were like, "Go live. I have no one to watch anymore." And I was like, okay, all right, sure." So here I am. I've been hanging in there. Work is rough. I just want to come home and sit down and play whatever game I want to play, and not really streaming is easy, but it's still like some level of effort that I have to like make sure I'm presentable and not wearing, just sitting down in my boxers with the cat on my lap, playing whatever game. So, but I played the first Stanley Parable, and I really enjoyed it till the computer is barely visible. That looks good. I don't know if you know. Set the time. Can I do? No, I can't. Oh, of course. Here, let's do that. 44. I don't know why it needs the time. Is there like time-based events? It's possible. Still trying to screw with this. No, 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 no. Because it only shows like 2 messages. Um, Whatever. I'll see them. It's not like I'm gonna get like a shit ton of messages anyway. Yeah. I can see my little mouse on that little screen in there. Oh yeah, you're at work, aren't you? Because I actually have weekends off now, so I
This
work
is the story of a
Saturday
man
morning.
named Stanley.
That's very loud.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee
For
427
58
did every day
milliseconds.
of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
I love that little. I love that little noise actually. Uh, let's.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a...
The elevator music. Oh, he's actually. Alright, there we go. Turn stuff a little bit down. That was kind of super loud, wasn't it? How does it look on? Alright, don't want to be too loud. Now, I have played this game before, but it was a long time ago, actually. I remember watching Sips play this game. Wait, is that the accurate time? No. Why did it tell me to set the time if it was going to have the time wrong on the clock? What's up with that? Again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, oh, isn't that? I remember that being a thing. Like you turn off all the computers or something. I think there's also. Hold up. There's like some hardcore parkour you can do. You can't jump. Get your first achievement. Alright, I'll stop trying to jump then. There's a way you can get like outside of this window or something. Alright, I'm just gonna do like normal run because supposedly they've changed even like they've added new endings and they have changed some of the original endings. Can I get in here?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
Someone playing
Didn't
solitaire
make
in
a
there.
difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Alright, alright. I'll advance your fucking story, my man.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright. We'll follow along for now until I really start messing with stuff. I remember the broom closet ending. Did you get the broom closet ending?
To go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Synergize core value expenditures. Wow. Shift monetize free to play. I mean, that's something that would actually be on a whiteboard. You most of all. I'm sure none of these are changed though. Did you get the broom closet
Stanley stepped into the
ending?
broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
No, I want the broom closet ending. Come on. Alright.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So we don't get fired. Oh, so executive. Extreme bathrooms. Is there any new secrets in the bathroom? Do I get the bathroom ending? Alright. Did they add anything to the... Isn't there like an elevator around here or something? Maybe not.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Bro, what an
Shocked,
office.
unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who
This
orchestrated
is like someone's
this.
house.
What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
112.
But of course,
1
Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
1 1 3. We're just gonna try all the codes since we have no idea what it could be. Let me expand this. Rimworld Rust and Hunt Showdown. I've been seeing some Rimworld videos, some like
combination was 2845.
There we go. Whatever, we did the code. I've been seeing some Rimworld videos, and seems pretty cool. I might get it.
By sheer luck. Amazing.
What happened?
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
There you go. You went down your little tunnel. It seems like fun. Seems like something I could get into. You can like harvest people's organs. It seems pretty wild.
It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, there's something like he did 1,000 characters and a bunch of other crazy stuff. There was one I saw where he started out as one guy that only had one peg leg and a wooden hand. And he tried to like go from nothing to getting the guy like fully bionicked out. And then at the end he went like crazy and killed everybody.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Television
What horrible
screens.
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
This is like the classic ending. Did I pressed it, didn't I? Oh, that's open. Oops.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the
The
number
true
of an
nature
employee in the
revealed.
building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Freedom and nothing.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
God, my allergies have
Had
been
Stanley
really
been under
crazy
someone's control
lately.
all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions
Like,
had been manipulated to accept him
at work,
blindly?
all the trucks have just dust and pollen all over them. And it's like every time you put down a box, especially like a heavy box, it's just like a cloud of dust comes up.
No. He refused to believe it.
No.
He couldn't accept it. His
I've been
own
trying to
life
take so
in
much stuff
someone
to
else's
like take care
control?
of my
Never.
allergies.
It was
It's been
unthinkable.
rough.
Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Excuse me.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another
Never
human
again.
life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what
Yes.
you wanted?
I want
Control?
ultimate mind control power.
Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
Oh.
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA
identification for a
detonators are
button.
set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How
Good.
long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you,
I have to do like
about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased
where's
them.
3?
I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
There's no 0, is
Dear
there?
me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
What is
Or
this?
did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything,
5.
anything, something here will save me. What
Oh,
would you
well,
say
I
that,
screwed it
Stanley?
up.
That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
5 again, maybe?
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left.
427.
30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No end.
Alright. Come on, kill me already so we can redo this.
Life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever after.
Dang, he had me. Alright, there we go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his
we got it, boys. Yeet.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure.
Wow, what insightful and witty commentary.
So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Are you sick of this gag?
Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to avoid all the narration? And this is Rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So,
oh no.
Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well, now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Alright. We're doing the other option then.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary.
Wow, what insightful and witty commentary.
And its examination of structural narrative tropes. Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as
Oh
possible and
no.
see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered
How long can I
so
last?
lonely. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable.
Yes.
Will become quite unbearable.
I'm still here. I can take it. It's not a bad song. I thought he was really just gonna play random sounds until I couldn't take it anymore. One of the trucks is late. That's great. Hopefully, it won't show up till 6 a.m. and then you won't have to do it, huh? Oh, it's a bit of a shame that I don't get out of work until till you guys are already gone, because I'll come in on Saturdays and I'll see all your guys' hard work. Exactly. Comes in right at 6:05. Oh darn, Mike. Sorry, I can't stay. I got things to see and people to do.
What did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I missed the other monitor. Let me try and go for the monitors one.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find
There's
a
a
trace
couple
of
I
his
don't remember
co-workers.
where they all were. Come in the morning. Nah, I already was there yesterday. I pretty much just don't even leave the house on the weekend.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Even at 7 now, that's good. I remember I was mad when when the COVID stuff happened and the store closed at
It had really been worth the detour after all.
10 instead of 12.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I was glad because it's like then I don't have to deal with people as much. I'll be out on the floor trying
Stanley's
to
so
work,
bad
and
at
then
following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
um I have people like asking me questions and shit. So I'm like, I'm trying to work here. You know, please ask someone else. I think you just die if you fall down there. That's an ending. This is an ending. Yeah, I prefer
Look,
it to
Stanley,
close
I
at
think perhaps
10.
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize
Really,
that
I'm
investing your
not.
trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've
Yeah.
forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something and you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Dang.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
He just
Stanley walked through the
yanks me
red
back.
door.
I don't know about that one.
I still don't think we're
I'm a big fan of
communicating
Blue,
properly.
my dude.
Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
What's that
Broken
long?
rooms, exposed
Ooh,
developer textures. Is this what you
wow.
had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was
Damn.
all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill
Yes.
trees? Work with me.
Yes.
You've given me absolutely nothing so
I'm a
far.
big fan of
Tell
skill
you what,
trees.
let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third
Oh,
option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
ceiling light office space. Oh, bro, I'm ready for vacation too. I've almost hit my like year marker that I can take a vacation. I'm really ready to just fucking quit this job and go back to Jersey. Just chill there. Should I take the new door? Sure, we'll take the new door.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more
Ooh,
choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
critical
Very
feedback.
well, now this is useful. You didn't like it, but you didn't totally hate it either. You enjoyed it, perhaps is the correct term.
It
It
was
didn't
okay.
cause you
It was an okay door.
excruciating pain. Big steps we've made here today, Stanley. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
I don't know. I mean, you've got the healthcare, and they gave you guys a pay boost, right? So, I mean, unless you find something really better that you know is going to be way better, then I wouldn't. I'd say just stick it out. Like what I'm doing is a lot harder, and it's not worth it. Since they had the pay cut, it's like I'm making less than I was making at Kroger. So
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
it's just the
Perfect.
burning
Let
baby
me boot it
game.
up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You
What?
click the button to move him back to the right.
You
And if
do
he
need to
reaches
check
the
on that,
corner,
bro.
you
I don't.
fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the
I don't
desperation
think
and
they can
freedom
just
of
drop your
endlessly
fucking healthcare
confronting
like
the
that.
demands of family life. I think
Your
the
health
art
insurance.
world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it
I
4
think
hours
I've
of
seen
play to
this.
make sure it's
This
effective?
one, you
Be
can
sure to keep
actually do it
notes
for
on your
4 hours.
experience.
Oh, they don't have the noise. Usually the baby makes a noise and the button goes every time you press it. Maybe they took it
You
out.
heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
It's
Because
because I
what's the
hate
matter? I
children.
don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game is so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
All
Let's
right.
see. What do we have here?
This is the Minecraft one.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh
Aha!
shit!
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about,
This isn't
Stanley?
Minecraft.
What's our
This is
backstory? What is our motivation? Hmm. Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man
this
spying
is
on innocent
Firewatch, isn't it?
civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of
Behind your
twisted
creep
erotic
tower.
purpose. Hmm. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley.
He's got
But
his
it
own
seems there's
pencil
even more.
sharpener.
Come, let's venture outward
What
and
is that?
see what
This
else is
little
out
wonky,
there.
huh? Cold man? Did they just like actually yoink this game? This one must be new. Alright, I guess we're playing Firewatch now.
Oh no. No, 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 it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. Big,
Thing.
open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh,
You okay,
thank
bud?
heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now,
Oh,
Stanley.
there's a crack.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Let me out.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
This is Rocket
Wonderful.
League?
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in.
What the hell?
There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley,
I've never
if you
actually
manage to
played
get lost
Rocket
in this
League.
game,
I know
I will
people
be
love this shit,
phenomenally
but I'm like,
impressed.
soccer with cars. Wow, so cool. I'll definitely play that.
So what
And then I
exactly are we
never
doing
did.
here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yeah,
Wow,
I think
do a
surely we must.
touchdown.
Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Well, then I'd certainly hope that they're actually keeping your insurance. Well, let's go. Work on that goal.
Are you doing it? Are you winning?
Touchdown.
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so
I
hard
didn't
on?
do
Stanley, I have a thought.
yeet.
Come on.
Oh
What are
shit.
you doing?
Was that an option? Did I break it? Oh no.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How
Oh
will you
no.
tell a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Should I broke it? I don't remember this one. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. We're in the spook zone. Oh, we got some light. Can I go in there? Hello? Is there anybody here? What is all this? I can't see shit. It's so dark. Four 2 7, that's me. I'm bumping into something there. It's just not the way I'm supposed to go. Oh,
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
there it goes. I thought I was gonna have to
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
or do I have to do it several times to enter the code? Oh, input received. Hey baby. Solitaire. New content. Maybe we'll wait on new content. I want to do the phone line ending.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was
The one where you
correct
unplug the
into
phone.
meeting room, and Stanley knew it
Because I
perfectly
think
well.
there's going to be some new
Perhaps he
shit.
wanted to stop by the employee
Some
lounge
new
first,
shizzle
just to admire it. Wow, yes.
Zoom.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No thanks.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong
Can I go through
foot
there?
here. I'm not your enemy.
I think I just
really, I'm
die.
not.
I
I
fall off
realize
this.
that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about
I could
nothing
try
but
it.
you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting,
Phone ending.
Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life.
Who?
She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Check the script.
No, it's
See what's
definitely
supposed to
here,
happen.
clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another.
Ooh.
Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not
Fade
picking
to
up the
white,
phone
roll
is actually somehow an
credits.
incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything.
This is
I don't
my favorite
understand.
ending from
How on earth are you making meaningful
the original.
choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
Being a real
But if used
person.
incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read.
Forgetting
Which
how to
choice
read.
would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense. And at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking.
The person
Turn to
is
a partner
not
and
real.
practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack."
Back second crack.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular
What the
basis
fuck?
is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome
What the
back.
fuck?
You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Oh. Okay. We're going back. Back to the past. I think you can break this, actually. Oh.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just want to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Come on, break the game. Break the game. Break the game. Nope. Not happening. Back to the break room. And grab soda.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Right.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always
Alright, I am
the story
Stanley.
first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Right.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other
No!
direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
What the hell? No! Oh, oh no.
It's ruined. I can't believe after everything we talked about that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why?
I'm sorry.
What did you get out of that?
It was
What did you
funny.
think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its
friends?
possibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to.
I have to. I have to. Oh. Went wonky there for a sec. Oh.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
No, I'm
Did you think
sorry.
it would be funny? You just had to see.
Yeah, I had to
Impress upon you
see.
how important it was to be like Stanley.
Stanley's a
Actually knows to do
nerd.
what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you. You're a child. Oh, my story.
You mean
If you'd just gone
notable.
through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility.
I always
You would
bug
have
him.
destroyed it
I
and
always
been
bug him about
victorious.
streaming, but
It
he
would have
doesn't
been
really
so
stream. He has
perfect.
like
I worked
work
so
and
hard on
school
it.
and
I
shit,
tried
so.
so hard to make behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, he hasn't streamed in about as long as I hadn't streamed, so.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Oh,
Behave exactly
oh
as Stanley
no.
would. That means choosing responsibly and always
It's
putting
breaking
the
even
story
more.
first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Back.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
I mean, that's what everybody says. I love. Have you ever like come across a YouTube channel?
He entered the door on his left.
Come across a YouTube channel where it's like 4 years without videos, and then it's like update video. Where have I been? Da, 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 da. And then they make like 2 more videos, and then they're fucking gone for forever, and then they just don't make anything. They're like, I'm finally gonna be making new videos every week, and then they just disappear off the face of the earth. That's what like every channel, every YouTube channel, every Twitch, everything.
Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
They're always like, I'm finally gonna stream more, I'm finally gonna video more, and then they never do.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, we're going left. I don't think it's gonna let me.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh, I can't get the broom closet
Coming
anything?
to a
Oh,
staircase,
he
Stanley
blocked
walked
it off.
upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh,
Stepping
looks
inside his
different.
manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice
Shooting a
receiver
panda,
next to it.
looting,
Surely behind this door lay all the
What does
answers
that
to his
say?
questions.
Carte
And beyond all
blanche.
probability, he knew the passcode. He
Something
had seen it on
blank.
his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 145. It didn't work.
Stanley spoke the code.
Oh,
Night
115.
Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115. Let me in.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Maybe my mic isn't hooked up to the game. I am the most
Okay,
expensive
fine.
boss.
You're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't
I
want to see what I had
tried.
to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
I tried.
Stanley came to a set of two open doors. He entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please.
He's actually got a face.
I need you to make a choice.
The end.
The door.
Wow.
Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Is everything all right?
Alright. I thought there was going to be something different
Already
with
this
that.
was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Wasn't it in this section? Did I like full reset it? Bro, I don't think I even like I think I downloaded Rust and I don't even think I opened it.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Wow. Ride the train into new content town. I don't know, Rust isn't really for me. Like I liked
And thank you for playing
Oh,
the
wow.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles
Wow.
and home
That's the
computers.
game I'm playing.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe
What the fuck?
features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the
More.
Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Ultra
Oh, well, this
Deluxe.
sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Same.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing
I don't know. I
special yet,
liked
but
Ark
I'm
because there
sure
was
it's just
like
the beginning of a
PvE stuff
mesmerizing
that I could
adventure.
do. But Rust is like solely PvP and like trying
Is it
to
broken?
not get
What's
all your
going on
shit
here?
stolen.
Should we be moving somewhere? Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Like I've been
Say
enjoying
initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Mostly tedious. It's as if
I don't know. What the hell am I gonna do on a
Let's see the
PvE
content.
Rust
Give me
server?
the content, Stanley.
You know? The jump
All right.
circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
I can jump, but only in the circle. Oh, let's go! Oh, we're gonna break the all-time jump record. Am I just gonna run out of jumps and it's just like not gonna let me jump anymore? Pay $5 to jump more. Oh, I ran out of jumps. You just run out. Okay.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
I gotta pay for more jumps. I gotta restart the game just so I can jump some more.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just
PvE
elevators
bases,
and
right?
jumping. Is
Because
this
they're like
because it's for
NPCs
exciting
in
new
the
content?
bases.
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content.
1,000 hours.
There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
That's kind of cool. Thank you for
That's it?
enjoying the new
You've got
content.
to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore."
Test
Quality assurance
achievement.
department signed off on this. I'm
Is
infuriated
there
and
actually?
I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally
That'd
accountable.
be funny.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game?
Does the server like
Try to get
reset?
back to what the Stanley Parable
That was
is
another
really
thing.
about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me
Our
having a
lost
great time
our
together like always.
Arc didn't
What do you
really
say,
reset.
Stanley?
There was always like, oh, like Nathan was always like, oh, it's reset day. I gotta get all the stuff. I'm like, okay, well, like all your shit is gonna disappear in 30 days. What are you still playing? I don't know. Wasn't my jazz.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Well, what's down here
Oh,
though?
you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Damn, he called me a dork. It's just okay. That's just the normal.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
You're not a dork. Wow, thanks. Yeet. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not my type of game. Another game I bought that I was wanting to play on stream was gonna be
Okay, you remember how cheap
Katamari.
and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone.
Ooh.
It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Wow.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
You haven't heard of Arc? Or what? Ooh. Um, I don't even know what game I said. Don't play for 5 years. Did I get that achievement on the original? 2014 was the last time I played. Oh, I think I probably changed the time on my clock. Oh, Katamari? You've never heard of Katamari? Oh my god, bro. Katamari is such a great game. You play as a little dude and you roll around a ball and you pick stuff up with the ball. And the bigger the ball gets, the bigger the stuff you can pick up. And it's got a banger soundtrack. It's like do 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 do. Lil Stanley. Oh no. What is this song? This is French, the worst language.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was.
Wow.
It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore.
Damn.
It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Elevator contents. Let me get into the memory maintenance zone. Come on. You're gonna show me a set of stairs and be like, nah, bro, you can't go down there. Person of the year, Stanley. Oh, Stanley and the other chick that finds you dead on the sidewalk. Oh, is this Hammer? Dude, Hammer is such a terrible and like it's such a terrible letter. Actually, yeah, I bought Katamari Damacy Reroll. I bought something else. I bought have you ever heard of Soma? Soma Dick? Got him. No. It's like this atmospheric horror game. I think the people that made that other game, that other horror game. What was that like horror game that PewDiePie used to play? I had it. I had it. Amnesia? What's that it? I think the guys that made Amnesia. It's about like like humanity dies or something, but your brain has been uploaded to the cloud. Your memories have been up because there's a cloud. It's about like the self. It's very meta. Like, what is reality? And then you're in a robot, but you have to get transferred to another robot to do something. But then it's like, is that robot that still has all of your memories? And your separate robot that has all of your memories, like, is that you? Are you still you? Or did you never exist because all it was just a robot with your memories? I don't know. It's wild. I watched like some long video essay type deal on it, and I was like, holy shit, this game looks wild. So, and it was on sale. It was on sale for like 80% off or something, so I bought it. But I just haven't played it yet.
This time from
Source SDK, yes, horrible.
Is both a richly stimulating
Carpet textures.
Games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable,
repeatable carpet textures, amazing.
I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
They actually just took the game review Spider-Man.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give
can I go in here?
To have it all over again.
Oh, bro, the door is open. There's got to be a way, right? Life finds a way. Life finds a way. Come on, let me in, bro. You're gonna just open a door and now let me walk through it? Come on. Alright, I give up. Oh, I can go to the memory maintenance room.
Hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam.
Steam reviews.
Video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
They get delivered in a crate. That one's good.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny,
Sheesh.
with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art.
This has got to be a real review, too.
Gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Come on, break the map. Do a map break. I like this area, actually. Not recommended. Ugh. Sorry, the coughing. I'm still black.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me.
This is never on sale.
I always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut
Damn, really?
to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure, like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Let me look. I'm gonna look up the history. Um, Bro, what are all these currencies? Oh shit. On May 4th, it was free. Um, yeah, it looks like it only goes down by 10%, but on May 4th, it was free. Yeah, here, I'll show you the link. I mean, if you just look up price history, Rimworld, you'll find it. But this is what I'm looking at. Yeah, it was free. I missed it. It's towards the bottom of the page. Here's the price history. Dang. Bro, I need to buy it for Argentinian pesos. I gotta see how to buy stuff for other currencies. 69 hours? Nice.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto
Shit, we're
today, and it's
shaking.
always
Oh,
been my
shit.
motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
All right. We'll have ourselves a little skip.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered.
Clock is still
No
wrong.
more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue.
All right.
It goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and
Thanks.
lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was
I should
perhaps
see
one
if
of my
there's like
more
some
profound
notification I can set on that
Not that, of
website
course, you need a description of it, but if I had to
for
describe
like
it,
sales
I'd
on
say it
certain
was
games.
perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise.
I get the Steam emails, but they all go into like a separate folder because I get so
I'll
fucking
outline
many
it
of
for
them.
you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so
And
my
I don't want
theory
them flooding
is
my
that any
inbox.
choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person
But then I
you
miss out
are
on
or
really good
were
sales that I
already at the
actually
time
care
of having
about.
made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once, that you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a
Yeah.
broad feel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history.
Manifesto is a good word.
See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations.
Oh no.
All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto.
Repeating.
Treatise, manifesto.
Okay, we'll skip. You won.
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute
That's
I
the
start to
power
go off on
of
a
the button.
thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps.
Oh yeah, I've heard there's like a ton of mods for RimWorld. Of course, all the videos I've watched are like crazy mods.
Perhaps that would have been the smart thing
and
to check
exploiting
on before I went about this
the
whole
crazy,
exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this
crazy
exciting
like
technology
economy
at work,
mods and
surely
whatnot.
whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps
already
they'll
edit
simply
your
grant
reviews.
this particular user the ability to change their review.
This
Then
particular
the feature is
user.
not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game.
This game is the
Let me
best
start over.
game.
How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in
Or
the
you can make
annals
a
of the
cult.
history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to
Have
say
you ever
that no
have you ever
Okay, welcome back,
seen
Stanley.
Space
Now, I should
Station
say that the
13?
amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer
It
and
looks so
longer.
cool.
That last one was,
Like,
well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
there's so many like little
Not
in-depth
endurable by any
games,
means, but it's, well, there's really
but
ever
you
so much I
really
can
have to
ramble
be
on to
into them.
myself about. I know,
And I
it's
think
shocking,
Space
isn't it?
Station
But at
13 is
any
one of
rate,
those games
I
where
do
you just
suggest that we
really
not
be
press
into
the
it.
button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before.
There
How
was
else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't
there's a
think
YouTuber
one
I
can
really
enter a room
like
without
who did
door
a
of some
review
sort,
of it
window or something like that. Do you see
that
a
he
window
plays
anywhere?
it.
A porthole?
But he's like,
Sufficient
nobody
to a
else
large
play this
crack in the
game, or
wall?
else they'll
I'll take
hate
any of
me.
these. All I want is for us to move on and to
They'll hate
please
me
step
for
away
having a
from the
ton
skip
of new
button,
people
to go
try this
anywhere
game.
other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did
It was
go?
really funny.
Can you maybe just
And
ram
he
your
made
way
it. I
through
remember
there?
because he made
Is
a
there any
cult in that
possibility
game. It was
that you
very
could
similar
slam
looking.
your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind.
I'm
I
slamming
can work with
myself
any
into the
kind of
wall.
door, as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
I've been slamming myself into the wall. Didn't do anything. So that's another problem with streaming. Like, sometimes I would just be like, okay, well, I don't really want to redo everything. So let's see if there is another ending. And I would just look it up. Of course, if I go, it's actually blinking. Such a small detail. Alright, I'm gonna press the skip button. I'm sorry, whatever your name is.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
And you still
You've
haven't
just
found
been
the
frozen
door.
there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again.
Make
I
a
can't
door.
control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe. I have to know that sooner or later,
You're the
no
one that
matter
made the
how
skip
much I
button.
plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews.
So I'm gonna press
Those
the button
reviews that I
again.
couldn't get out of my head. I just
You're gonna
couldn't
make me do
ignore
this.
the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem?
And
Why
you
did
didn't even
Cookie
fix it.
Nine's opinion
You
matter
blew
so
it.
much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue.
Yeah, don't you shut the hell up.
Out of my control now. Just you.
Make a door already.
Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just
Did it really
couldn't
cut?
ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met
Alright,
Cookie Nine.
cut the dialogue. Let's skip.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back.
Plant
Oh,
is dying.
I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with.
You still
And
didn't
you'd think
find the
that that's
fucking
just how it's always been.
door for me, my
Me
dude.
talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing?
Ugh, and there's another problem with streaming the game. Like when I originally played the game, I listened to like all this dialogue
That's what I'm
because I
realizing.
just enjoyed it.
I'm realizing that I needed to know
But
that
it's
someone
super
was
boring to
listening.
do on
I
streaming, though.
needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the... Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret.
Oh, that little light's still going. What a champ. Tree is fully dead.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth
I
and
thought he
said,
died.
entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems
Are you gonna
that this is
stream
not the
RimWorld?
world we live in.
That'd
It
be
seems
dope.
that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has
That'd be
come
cool.
to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project.
How's
I'm
your?
not mad.
I haven't
I'm
talked
not
to you
mad about
about
any of this.
your
I'm at peace with it.
house.
I
How's
am
your
the
house
calm
been?
center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves.
That's another. You can't.
A point for reasonable and collective
You can't quit.
They're the ones
You got the
who-
house now.
They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole...
It's not falling apart on you. There's no like termites or anything that they didn't tell you about.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
This man's just going crazy.
Is never the end, 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 is never the.
Are you still like renovating it? Because you're actually living in it now, though, right? Oh, damn. Oh, light. Wow. Are you gonna escape? Keep breaking down the walls. Breaking down the walls. Oh. No light. It's nighttime. Nighttime. Whatever the plants. Oh, oh. We made it. Wow. We escaped the box. Alright. This is an open world game. This is an open world survival game now. Oh. Well, we're back, I guess.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Was there stuff in the new content I didn't do? I guess that was it. Huh. I mean, there's... New content. Oh, shit. Alright.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
I'll just continue on the new content. You'll lose your home insurance. Like what? Like fire hazard shit?
Stanley, I've been reflecting on
Oh, like exposed electrical lines? What is so bad?
Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Super Ultra Deluxe.
I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
2? Wow! New mug!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been
at the same time.
for.
They got a fucking Mac. Is this a sign-in sheet? Time to wake up. 427.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
Taste the
Ultra
sequel.
Deluxe? What does it even mean?
Tit sip.
But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams
Amazing.
progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Like sticky notes. Huh. It's a very nice office, though. I'll give him that. But I've got more Apple products, Apple product placement. Oh, I can walk through this object. This messed up. Cool red section of the chart. Old busted. New hotness. Nice Men in Black reference there. Oh, look at that.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
Two Stanleys.
Let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them.
Thanks for
It's
attending
about
my
game
meeting.
development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Porch/stairs to the front door. What are you just doing? Just jumping? What is there, like a 5-foot drop in the front of your house? Where you don't walk out the door and you forget there's no stairs, so you just fall. You just fall to the dirt. Use the back door. It'd be a lot funny if you just fucking had to jump out your front door every day. Can I read that? Oh. What? Feast on hope. Eggs? What? Reject the poison of Uncle Hunter? Yum, yum, yum. Something. Eat the apple. I can't even read that shit. It's so tiny. Eat. Is that it? Huh. So you gotta press on everything. So you'll find some dumb shit like this. Drawing to a bunch of times. Crab, the ultimate sequel. There's just a hole to China in your front yard. I don't know, just put some steps then. A bus. Who farted?
Here we are. Go
Oh,
on,
shit.
try out some of the new features.
Button that says the name of the player that is playing the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized.
Too big,
and
too
validated
small,
as people.
just right.
So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Let's see if it works.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now...
Oh no, it only says Jim.
In the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
What if my name on Steam was Jim?
Players Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
Alright, let's
Just
try
play
it.
along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named
I'm not me.
I want you to imagine
I'm
yourself
Jim.
living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I can feel the Jim
If so,
flowing
then
through me.
please step forward and press the button.
Okay. Try to press those buttons. Let me see if we do anything. Here's me. I'm Jim. Look at all this cool stuff as Jim. I'm doing what Jim would do. This is when I would do this, what Jim would do. Okay.
Yes, you see, what a thrill! What
It
a
didn't
rush,
even
what
say
a show.
Jim.
The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Oh, it hits even harder the second time.
It didn't say
If this
it.
were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Yeah, fair enough. I didn't hear the other. There was something else that I couldn't hear.
I suppose I could allow
There's
any
like the
people
baby
named Jim to
thing.
play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Please, no screenshots. Baby is all grown up and the fire is bankruptcy. Oh no. Oh, I gotta take screenshots. I gotta take just a couple more. Here we go. Oh, okay. Don't let him know. I'm kind of disappointed. I thought it was going to be like, actually. Merch. Yo, can I get some merch?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I love that face. Who is this? He looks like somebody, but I don't know.
You know,
Well,
sometimes when
someday.
you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Damn,
Happy
alright.
12th birthday, step-niece it is.
Can I take one of the lens? Oh, it's all the pictures changed too.
Actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision.
Come
I'm moving
on.
on. Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Alright. I want to see this stuff. I feel like there's going to be one that's just going to take me away. Collectibles. Infinite Hole. Amazing. Graphic design is my passion.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Can you give me some more jumps? Come on. I jumped hard enough. It's not working. I saw a door. Don't tell the narrator, but I saw a door over here. I want to go through it. Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the... well, we'll figure that out later.
Settings World Champion. Free achievement. Free new plus easy. Pull the lever.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes.
Wow.
You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Alright, give it a shot. Buttons were always your strong suit, so let's see if you can pull off a lever. Please pull me.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Come on. Pull harder, Stanley. You could do it. Come on, we have the technology. We can achieve the unachievable. Really? Can I not get it? Come on. Come on, Stanley. Try harder. Hmm. All right. There's got to be a way to get it right. I was trying to like match the lever pulls to the number of
What
blinks or
else?
something.
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your
Move the hell on with your life. Am I gonna get it? I'm actually. That's creepy as fuck, bro. I'm not a fan of all the items. Oh, he's just a little dude. Wow! Wow! 1 out of 6. Big link.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Tragic. That's the best part. What a miss. Infinite hole. I couldn't do anything with the merch. Can you actually buy merch? Hold on. I gotta like look at this. They actually linked their merch. What is this? A sequel, huh? Sequels in you. Taste the sequel. Here's the Stanley Parable. Um, Stanley Parable soda. All right. These buttons do nothing. All right, whatever. I thought they would have actual merch. That'd be kind of funny, huh? Reassurance buckets.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
All right.
It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the
Is the
bucket,
bucket
the
filled
many
with reassurance?
disorienting contradictions of the Stanley parable will feel perfectly normal and
Alright.
perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? The bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Alright. What the fuck?
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your
He
body.
fucking laughed his ass off.
Can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
He's
I think that
actually just
holding it
making fun
has
of me.
made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more.
It's a nicely
will
modeled
meet
bucket
you
at
in the
least, I
Stanley
guess.
Parable too.
Should I leave the bucket? So I'll take the bucket with me. And then stool.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
I don't
There
think
really
so.
should be an award if it isn't already.
Does this do nothing? Just says epilogue, okay. Thought I missed something there. Infinite hole it is. We've got our bucket. Wouldn't even let me put it down or pick it up. So. What is this? Is that a diagram of the infinite hole? What the hell? This is supposed to be hell. Infinite hole chart. More hole. Infinity. Science. Educational use only. I'm so educated. Surrounding area.
Stanley, here's an
There
idea
it
that I'm
is.
truly fond of. It's never been done
Ooh,
before
there
in
it
a video
is.
game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Always gotta look. Alright, here we go. Can I throw the bucket down and wait for it to... Ding. Oh, it's not infinite. Here we go. Whoa.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
It's not infinite. Now we're gonna see how infinite this bitch goes. Let's go.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully.
Can I move
but
in
it's
air?
possible
Oh, I
that
can air
slightly
strafe.
exaggerated
Whoa.
the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is.
It's an extremely deep hole.
I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity.
It must
From
have
one
changed here
perspective,
just a
the
light.
infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Bonk.
Okay, well, good for you.
There's a
You
coffee
found the
mug
bottom
here.
of the hole. You found me out, Stanley.
You throw the
I
mug down
admire
here and
your
it didn't
cheating.
break.
So clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both
That's
said some
horrible.
things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just...
I used to have cut grass all the time back at home, but this shit was
If
awful.
that works for you,
And then
go ahead and
I got
press the
surgery
button.
on my arm, so I
Or
just
up
paid
across
someone
the
else
hole in the
to cut it
floor.
for me.
I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Alright, we'll
Great.
go
Now,
on.
I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Yeet.
Oh, for
We're
heaven.
going back in.
You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal.
Like holes
A
too
normal
much.
person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time.
Yeah, it was
Don't
on
need to
forever
see it
till
all,
the
but
end
not
of
you. Oh,
time.
no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If
You know what you gotta
decide
do,
you've had
Chris?
enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
You know what you gotta do? You just gotta get rid of all of your grass and either one, replace it all with concrete, which I think is the best idea, frankly. Or two, just replace it with that fake grass shit. You actually want to just fucking you realistically you should want to just destroy the earth, right? And what's the best way to do that? Fake grass. Fake the plastic bullshit fake turf grass. That's what you gotta do. Everybody will always say, "Oh man, your grass looks so nice, feller. That's so good."
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to
But are
become
you
a
getting
thing
fake grass?
Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
An aggressive divot. You told me that idea. Didn't I tell you that? I think I've seen everything. And of course, I ran out of jumps. Can't just give me more jumps.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I guess so.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but
I
I can
never
feel it in
ended
my
up
soul.
like doing
It's going
anything
to work. There's definitely a good
with
game
that.
in there somewhere.
I-
Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together,
I looked at
and we'll
houses,
see
but
whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
all right. 36 jumps.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
Oof.
Hold on. Let me do a different
It's a little
arrangement.
scuffed, bud.
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version
God, my one eye is like, ugh.
2. Who am I kidding, Stanley?
You didn't put
This
very much
isn't a
effort into that.
coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Tastefully,
With
of
respect,
course.
with care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction...
It was Russia's
"This
birthday?
is the Stanley
Wow.
Parable 2.
Very
Let's
poggers,
see if I can
Russia.
whip something up.
Russia the country?
All right, perfect. Good. Take a look.
Or Russia your buddy? Oh, 2.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked
Look
for
at
a
the
company in a
balloons.
building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar.
Wow.
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
I know,
He
I'm
was at his desk for
alive.
nearly an hour when he realized that not one
I'm
single
here.
order had arrived on the monitor for
Why do you come?
Oh my god.
that showed up as the ones
Jesus Christ, that's loud.
or even say hi.
Fuck, I forgot what my
Never in all
fucking
his years at the
follower
company
noise
had
was.
this
Jesus
happened. This
Christ.
complete isolation. Something was very
Topher for
clear
mod?
wrong. Shocked, frozen
Topher
solid,
never invited me to
Stanley
a
found
housewarming
himself unable to
party,
move
so
for
I
the
don't know.
longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Topher never had a housewarming party, and he never had a party
All of his
for Eddie's
coworkers were
retirement.
gone. What could it
So
mean?
I don't know.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't know if I can do it.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Yes.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door
You
20
haven't had a house
I
party.
would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Hold on. Let me get my Logitech shit up. We're gonna cheese this. Get my Logitech gaming software. Assign new command. Keystroke. E. While pressed. Yes. Alright, we're gonna cheese the hell out of this.
I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley.
God,
I
my
want to see
fucking
commitment,
eye.
a willingness to go all the way, no
These
matter
damn
what the
allergies.
cost.
I hate it so
Why
much.
don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. Alright.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Why was he not doing it?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437.
Excellent. I think
Oh,
we're getting
I'm
somewhere.
feeling it now.
Door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437.
Okay, let's go. I forgot you had to do all this.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
He's so excited.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great!
We
You're
did
putting
it.
it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it!
Jesus
now
Christ.
the copy machine, do that one again!
Is there another copy machine?
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That was amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
We did it. We got the achievement. Gotta turn up the game audio? Alright. There you go. It looked fine in the settings, but alright. I didn't want him like talking over
When
me all the
Stanley
time.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art.
I want to go
Eager
down
to
this
get back to
one.
business, Stanley took the first open door on his left,
I haven't done this one again.
and so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Beep.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office.
If you
He
invite,
wanted to
can you
wander
get
around
mod?
and get even further off track. So now
I
in order to
don't
get
know.
back, he needed to go, from here it's, oh no.
Sure, next
No,
time I
it's to
go
the
to
right,
the
my mistake.
supermarket, I'll be standing outside of your house when you get home.
No,
I'm just staring at you.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
I'm gonna
It's
climb
clearly-
in your freaking
Oh,
windows
David,
at night
hold on for a minute, please.
and leave mayonnaise on your pillow.
Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Truck.
No,
Ta-da! Made it.
no. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet.
Hold
This
on.
is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track,
Never
Okay,
mind.
from the top.
You don't want me to see your cool house? Gosh. Alright, I see how it is. I see
All of his
how it
co-workers were gone.
is.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait.
There's a lot of doors.
What? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
All right. Let's go this way. We're going on an adventure. Whoop. Whoa. Whoa.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
I'm back here.
Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Give it a try. Make sure you sleep in there. How cute. She's such a cutie.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
God, don't do that. Like, if you do that, people are just gonna fucking hate me.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering.
If you go to random discords
possible,
and they're just like,
where we
he
just
watched
came
this guy,
from. Why
they're
don't we
gonna
go
hate
the other
me.
direction and see if
Actually,
we missed anything?
they're gonna be like, why are you fucking posting this guy? No promoting stream. I hate those like little there's these like enormous Discord servers that's just people like spamming their links.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way.
And nobody
retrace
actually
our
watches
steps.
other people's streams. They just post their own streams. No, not even that they'll hate Chris. They'll hate me, bro. They'll be like, why are you having people post your
Well, I'll be
shitty
honest, I don't
stream
recognize
and
this place at
get
all.
Discord?
Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall.
Doesn't
but I
look like a
believe
story
my
to me.
took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Nice.
Congratulations! I know you put in
It
a lot of
was.
hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
I did it.
Oh,
I won the video game.
No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know
No?
you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is.
Jeez.
I don't care what might happen this time.
I haven't even been
have
outside.
to restart.
I haven't even been outside today. My allergies just still fucked. It's horrible. I hate it so much. I need a drink. I'm gonna take another allergy pill. I need a drink, so I'll be right back. Mush, mush. Excuse me. I can't open the door, you all turd. What are you doing? Mushu. Mush, mush. Mushu, come here. What do you do prepared? You wanna sit with me? Come on. Is that better? Mushu. That was a good one. Um, I'm an old man who doesn't understand technology. There we go. Hold on. I got a picture of Mushu. This is the other cat. Miko's the only thing that's out with me. Mushu's been hanging out with me lately. Um, how do I use technology? Copy link. There's Mushu. She's cute. I put it in the Discord. She's a real cutie. She's a real sweet puffball. Yes, you are. Yeah. Such a sweetheart. She's sitting with me now. Big sweet girl. Alright, let me scooch up. It's like the game. Alright, let's see. Have they changed anything with the adventure line?
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
I don't think this is the correct way.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though,
Alright.
here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Dude, it's wild. It's actually so loud. That's better. Onward to adventure.
Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Alright, I need to fully evaluate this fern. I think I've got it. Smoke some cracker in the baker. In Stanley Parable.
Wait, what?
In
We're back at the
Minecraft.
office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
We go back this way. There's no
Still
doors.
missing the doors. Did we make a mistake following the line? Perhaps we could have found the story on our own.
So, back this way? Oh,
No, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after
no, I
everything we've
stole
been
it.
through,
I stole this
Oh,
cat.
I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
No, it's the cat of the people I'm living with. But she's been hanging out with me because she's such a sweetie. And they don't even pay attention to her. They just stay in their rooms and never let the cats hang out with them. But she's still a sweetie.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we
Yeah, pretty
simply start
much.
wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Oh, I forgot to take my line. Let me just hold on. Ah, there, hopefully that'll help. At least some.
Now,
God, I hate
yes,
allergies so
this
much.
is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Yeah, this reminds me of a song you guys probably haven't heard of, Sips. But this little band made a song of him saying stuff while playing the game,
Oh,
and this
no,
is the
not
part
you
where they made the
again.
song of.
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the
Peter
line from
Locke
having
from
any
having
role in our
an
awesome new story. No
story.
lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it.
Line
and we shall be
TM.
fine.
Just don't acknowledge it. TM. God, that's why I gotta have the captions on for funny little shit like
A
that.
choice. We get to make a decision.
All right.
From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just
All right.
walk in circles for a minute.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So I know that
I thought you
each
said no more
door has
lines.
to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds
Big
with that
thing.
counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting
Counter
from the right,
inverted
let
reverse
us
doors
ask,
forward.
will taking the right door lead us to where we're
Amazing.
going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Oh, you don't even get. Let me choose. What?
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really
Find the
how
line
all
again.
this
Follow the
goes?
line. Find
It's
an
all
identical replica of the office
determined?
that has begun to
So now,
deteriorate.
according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really?
Find
No,
a
it can't be.
bookstore, get bored,
I
and
don't want it
leave.
to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going
After a
on.
long time,
I don't want to be
Stanley
trapped like this.
dies.
I won't restart the game. I won't
Amazing.
do it. I won't do it. I
Come
won't
on, this sounds
do
like a
it.
good ending.
And the
Oh,
timer stopped?
oh no,
Does that
you
mean,
fucked it up.
did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How
You
would we
made it.
even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree?
Should have
Not quite
restarted
sure
it.
if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Oh, did I do that? The buckets. Hold on, I need to be reassured.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
I need the reassurance bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Got passively aggressive on other coworkers.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy.
I
It's
can
as
feel
clear
it
as day.
pulling the
This
bucket
broom closet
away
believes
from me.
it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend.
Won't you have
Hand
it,
it over.
you bastards?
We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons.
Me either.
Even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
I guess that's it.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Oh,
There.
whoa!
Now it's settled. No more debate. No more
We got a
discussion.
sticker.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Whoa, collectible
You found one of
poggers.
them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor
I love
each
the
and
little
every
face.
moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Collect them all. This is the
But
walk
Stanley just
around till
couldn't
you
do it.
die ending.
He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket.
Oh
The
no,
bucket
they
returned
added the
his gaze,
bucket.
but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close. He had felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly
It's got
wrong.
my name on
Surely
it,
no
though.
good would
Oh.
come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience
bucket.
without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd.
My
Now
bucket.
he felt himself floating off the
No.
ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
No.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
The bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity.
They just
And then
put buckets
suddenly,
all over the
he
place.
froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
Oh, I should
It
have
was
known.
incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Oh, I'm dead. Try tongue butthole.
This is the story of a woman
Dog.
named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and went
Picked
to
up
her
her
place of
bucket.
work.
She
But on
brings
this
along the
particular day,
bucket.
her walk was
Amazing.
interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was.
Is he forgot his
This
bucket?
man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game.
Because he
It could all have been
forgot his
prevented if
bucket.
only he'd taken his bucket with him.
It's a
Perhaps
tragedy,
he didn't
really.
even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass.
My
And she
life
backflipped
kicks
all the way
ass.
to work.
Backflipped all the way to work. What a champion.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What?
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
We're gonna need the bucket for this one.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let me try the main ending with the buckets. I want to do the phone ending again, too. Oh. Trust the completionist instinct. What an amazing drawing. Truly an artist at work. Alright. Nothing in there. I already
Coming
went
to the staircase,
downstairs.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Can I take an executive shit in the bucket? Oh,
Another miniature Stanley figurine.
he was in here pooping.
You know, there really must be a snappier name for these things.
Can I
What
buy
about
one of these?
Mini stands. Stanley figs.
Mini stands?
What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine
Not the worst
under
I've
your
heard.
belt.
Is that where I'm keeping them? And now you're gonna let me in. Alright, there we go. Take the elevator. Where's my elevator music? What is so bright? Alright, I guess they didn't have anything to the elevator. Oh, input. Nice. I was wondering where the other ones were.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and
There's one of
chaos.
those. Or
It
something
would
like
be with him always. The bucket
2,
would.
5,
And he knew
3,
it.
4.
The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the
You got
boss's
some
desk.
wine in the bucket?
Nor in his
Let's
bliss
go.
of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Bucket is
Yes,
guiding
this
me,
is certainly
yes.
the most logical explanation.
The bucket has my best interests at heart, and I always know that I can trust it.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not
All
for the
the
bucket.
fucking bucket lines.
Soothing
It's
him,
wild.
comforting him, reassuring
Half
that in
of this like
darkest
new
moment of
version is
uncertainty,
just
he
bucket
would be all
lines.
right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do the main one with the bucket. I don't think it's gonna be that much different though, is it? Can I go back? I've already made my bed, I suppose.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
You mean the bucket doesn't know? But the bucket does.
The
Oh,
monitors
no.
jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
Fire.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Why am I reassuring the bucket? I thought it was supposed to reassure me.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except
Oh, my
for the
face.
bucket.
Because she's so warm.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Cheating
As the
on me.
cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket were
I did it. I turned off the machine.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Fucking bucket lines. Amazing.
Yes, they had done it.
We
Stanley and the
did
bucket
it.
had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
Sneeze in
Both
every
wanted to begin
country.
watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
What the fuck?
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to...
Hmm?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
Jump for it.
An unbearable silence filled the room,
Come
lingering
on.
in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even
No,
the facility
throw it.
itself
Come
recognized the
on.
incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, or go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his
Damn
arms.
it.
Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he
I can't
has
see
the
shit.
bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Oh my god. The cat was sitting on my lap that whole time, and one of my legs is all tingly now. That was it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh,
No matter
input.
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Figure Finders Committee. Amazing.
The
Alright, Bucket, let's
confusion
go.
and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
We'll be okay, as long as we've got the
Stanley
bucket.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
The bucket was
Stanley
wrong.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay, I'm
Yoink.
going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between
Yoink.
Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
Figlies.
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one?
I like
Sit on it. I'm
Stanlerines.
sure it will come to me.
Tangerines. Something like that. I think I just die if I fall down here. Oh wait, what's this? What? 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 Huh? What?
Okay,
This is new.
this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore.
What the fuck?
The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
The bucket?
The sheer euphoria I feel
Bro, this is
every
weird as
time
fuck.
I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get...
What's that? Who's there?
Camporata.
What? Huh? Oh. I was not expecting that one.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
It's your old work brother. You mean Jameer?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Never mind.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked
Nope.
might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
How deeply touching. What? What? It's just buttons. Did they relight up? Did they stay dark? Can I press every button? I think they stay dark. Oh my god, I've got to press all of them. I gotta do it. Oh wait, it relit up. Amazing. Oh, I guess that was that.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go...
So who's the manager now for you guys? Is it still
No.
what's-her-face?
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Mm.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together. Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
God, that's
I'm
another
sitting right
problem
here.
with
Let's take a
streaming.
look.
I really want to, like, munch down on some
What
freaking
is comedic
Chex
timing?
Mix.
What is comedic
That'd
timing?
be
How does it work?
weird.
How long should it last? How can
Just
it be
me
used
fucking
to effectively
chewing on the
silence your
Chex.
political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
Nice.
Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh,
I love that
in all
face.
likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name.
What?
Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time.
Amazing.
With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded,
Is it funny yet?
customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
It's in
This
German.
means, I'm Dunny with the funny now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This
Yeah,
saying
'cause
is a
Mike
perfect
is-
example of expectations
Mike sees me
management,
because he's
which is
always
the
there, like
cornerstone
way
of good
after you
comedy.
guys.
Finally, it's time to
He's
hand
still
out
there when I get
surveys.
there.
Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter
Good
and
grief.
even tripled over in laughter in no
Those
time at all.
faces.
Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front
What the
lines
fuck?
of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us
That one's
must
got
be
a
prepared to
human
give
leg.
our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey,
Hmm.
goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then.
Well,
So,
outdated.
with that in mind, I believe the only way
I don't
forward
remember any
is for us to
12-legged
return
ants.
to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come
Right.
along, let's head back.
Oh, we're actually... You're gonna make me walk? You're not just gonna blackout teleport me? Oh, he's got the fence. He's got the baby gate. Can I glitch out the baby gate? There's a way to do it. And I've done it in the original, but... Come on!
I can feel it. This time,
Damn.
I'm really going to nail the delivery.
Maybe
You'll
they
be
fixed
in
it.
stitches.
'Cause that was
Talking
actually a
bucket, you
bug. That
say?
wasn't
How
even-
ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of
It wasn't
comedy.
even an actual
That's
ending.
what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke.
The
Oh, I'll
bucket
figure it out on the
spoke.
fly. No need to overthink things.
Alright, we're back.
Here we go. You ready?
I'm ready.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Oh,
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off.
you blew
Joke
it.
will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think
It's still unplugged too.
I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
It's probably for the
Yes,
best.
surely that will help me improve my...
Oh,
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No.
oh,
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
we gotta keep going with it now.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready?
All right, I'll
When
go
Stanley and the
left.
bucket
I don't
came
think it
to a
wants
set
me to
of
go
2
that way.
open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this
I
is
did.
all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a
Is it a
hint.
joke
Are you
writer
proud
meeting?
of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Oh,
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all
what
of
the
your
fuck?
other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley.
What? Just now? Wow. I thought he was gonna quit like a long time before I quit. That's amazing. What the hell? Good grief. I don't know what the hell would have made him quit finally. He was like 100 years old. He could have gone on retirement already.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
You
Stanley
quit
decided to
too.
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
Good
a
job.
memo.
Stick it to those big corporations, am I right?
No matter how hard Stanley looked,
Number one
he
dad.
couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
The other one. Go. Let's do the crushed to death ending. See if that was different.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Then we go to the left.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Well, he's a grumpy old man. What do you expect? Jim has always been a grumpy old man. He didn't get to be out of work for 6 months for a broken leg again.
Closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Bye-bye.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this
All
one
buckets
stood
are
above the
radiant in
rest.
their own
It was a
way.
glorious bucket to behold.
What the fuck? Much like the bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within. Amazing.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Can I get that as a wallpaper? Did he always fucking whined about that same shit when I was working there? That's every day for him. Fucking let him quit. Like, the whole time I was there, I was like, please, fucking Jim, just quit. So I don't have to hear your fucking bitching. Oh shit. The bucket. It was there all along. From the dawn of humanity. Buckets predate the existence of mankind. Yeah, exactly. Like you can't be whining about other people doing or not doing
No
shit.
man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Like I don't need to get fucking hung up on um, hung up on other people's bullshit. I just do my job and go home, and that's it. Don't care about other people. I don't need that shit in my life. I don't need other people's drama. I don't need the bullshit on the news. Don't watch the news ever. don't care about celebrities. Like there's a whole thing with like the Will Smith slap. I'm like, why do you care? This is like a handful of multi-millionaires like whining at each other. Why should I give a shit? Exactly. That's when I was there, I was always like, okay, I come in on time, I leave on time. That's it. Just don't worry about anything else. Why should I have to worry about that shit? All right. Are we gonna grasp for the bucket? Can I walk on this? Yoink. Did I get it?
But there is something we can do.
What?
Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall
Amazing.
take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
Nah, fuck that. It ain't worth it. The overtime ain't worth the time that I could be sitting at home playing Minecraft, right?
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Which ones have I not done with the bucket? I haven't done
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
the
But
one where
Stanley
you
had
go
felt
down the
bucket
elevator.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting. And so the
I
two
mean,
of
that's
them
the whole
detoured
reason
through
I
the
left for my
maintenance
current
section
job
and
was
walked
because
straight
I could
ahead to
make
the
more
opposite
or
door.
less hours. But and then you cut the pay and then I'm fucked. So
Oh,
whatever.
good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
Is
It's
this the
this bucket
intervention?
you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes,
Amazing.
not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Alright, Adventure Line 2.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Oh god, it's back.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
What?
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Am I gonna have to give up the bucket? The choice of a lifetime to give up the bucket's warmth and wholesomeness.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket
What the
Destroyer.
fuck? What the fuck?
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
You used to come in on like every day off. You used to come in like 6 days a week.
Go ahead now,
For
Stanley.
this year? Like
Say
all the
goodbye to
time.
the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
There's gotta be a way out.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were
Well,
to
you don't
really
wanna work
explore
6
the
days a
Bucket
week
Destroyer,
anymore,
you would
Chris?
see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Oh. What?
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Why? What are you doing? What are you doing on that 6th day a week, huh? You think you got better things to do than go to work for such a fantastic company, Chris? Huh? You get full overtime for that, don't you? Alright, let me
All of his
destroy the
co-workers
bucket.
were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office? A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
You get
telling
full
him
overtime
that
for
the
that
employee
6th day,
lounge
though,
was
don't
simply
you?
the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind.
Yeah.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Bro, that's shit. I thought you guys were making 15 now.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
Alright, let me destroy the bucket.
Isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Okay.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Speedrun bucket destroying.
This is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something. Don't forget it, Stanley. We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character.
Brand new
This
character.
is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new
Why are the
addition to the rich
pistons
lore of
just
the Stanley
out like
Parable.
that?
True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so
I don't
much
think they
personality
understand
that to
how,
me,
like, a
it
motor
really feels
works.
as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
You only get $1 extra
Can
for
you guess
nighttime,
what the
don't
Bucket
you?
Destroyer
Or is it
does?
$1.50?
Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the
Doesn't
bucket.
that let me do
I
it?
don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to
You
really
believe,
explore
you
the
don't
Bucket
even
Destroyer,
know?
you would
You
see
just
that its
believe
desire
that
to
they're
crush
paying you the
buckets
right
is
money?
so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like
You're
10
gonna believe
personality
a
traits.
corporate,
What other
a
object in
mega
this game can you
corporation?
even say
Huh?
that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly
Huh?
not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I'm trying, bro. It wouldn't even let me destroy the bucket. What's up with that? I should have just begun again once I saw I couldn't destroy it, but whatever. It's keeping these balloons.
Gone. What could it mean?
God.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I feel like I'm close to having done all of them. I don't, unless there's like one I'm forgetting.
Coming to a staircase,
I did that
Stanley
one
and the bucket
with the
walked
buckets.
upstairs to the boss's office.
To check the elevator.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
2845.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, This is certainly the most logical
Yes.
explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What
There's like a
horrible secret did
way
this
to
place
do
hold?
it
Stanley and the bucket
with the
both
buttons,
wondered
but
themselves.
I don't remember. I watched a video, I think, to find out what it was. But we'll see if it's different with the bucket.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Videotaped.
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket
They
made a sassy comment
high-fived.
about taking down the system. When at last they came to the source of the room's power, but at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
The bucket wanted to mind control me all along.
Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Here we go again, bro. You're late as fuck.
Birds.
Silly birds.
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
What?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another.
Bro, this is the best ending, honestly.
This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this?
Oh, look at that.
Stanley marveled at the metal
Look at
genius
all
in his
guys.
hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
What? I wanted to keep looking at birds, bro. Yeah, Topher was like, oh, what happened to the other guy? He never streams either anymore. And I was like, yeah, I always poke at him to stream, but then he never does.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
Whoa.
simply missed a memo.
Whiteboard ending. Dog mode. What? I've activated dog mode. Is there other shinies?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
Which one have I
and
not
entered
done?
the door on his left.
I don't think I've done the falling
This was not
off
the
of
correct
the
way to the
lift
meeting room,
one
but
with the
Stanley had
bucket.
felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket was
Stanley took the
wrong.
door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Can I do?
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not
I
question
didn't
why or
do
how
the
this bucket
actually
was
picking
speaking
up
to
the
him.
phone one.
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
10-hour
Stanley
meme
once again
compilations, you
obeyed
goddamn
blindly.
Zoomers and your TikTok comps.
Now
Back to
pick up
your
the phone,
pay money
Said the
Warby.
bucket.
Pick up
I
the
like
phone,
compilations.
and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
What a nice little house. Let's sit with the bucket. Press N to take me to work with you. Alright, let's go to work.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give him orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
I don't know what you're talking about. Don't listen to the loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of
I've
metal.
got bucket paintings too. Amazing. First, I had to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. I'm real, don't you, Stanley?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
You like this
Like
one?
it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Bro, it's just having me press every key on my
I'm
keyboard.
having feelings for the bucket.
Oh no, you can't have it.
No. What's going on? Why do I want
Oh
to be with
no.
the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps.
The
if I
bucket
had
laid
the
out
bucket,
candles.
this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
You can't have it. Go back to work, Stanley. Jesus. Can I take the buckets into... Once I leave, I can't reopen this. Okay.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
I'm trying to think. I don't think there's really any endings I missed, and I don't know where the statues are. Let me see. I think I'm still missing like a shit ton of achievements though. I only unlocked 3 achievements. Settings World Champion. Set all setting sliders in the menu to all the available numbers. What the fuck? Beat the game. Don't play Stanley Parable for 10 years? Is it gonna give me an achievement? There's an achievement that's just 8. I don't think it's working. Settings World Champion. Alright, we can try this. Alright, it was originally 70. This was 5. This was 5. $82. Oh, this is all the way down. Is that why I didn't hear the other noise?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
What a weird sound. That's all of them, right? Simplified controls is just disabling jump. Have I not done it? Come back and work? I don't know. I don't know about that one, my dude. Maybe if they were paying me the big bucks, I'd consider it. Be like, hey, I already worked here before. I know where everything is. So you should pay me the big bucks. One of them, I had to go back for my like W-2 or something for last year. And they were like, you want to come back? And I was like, no. Some are both red and blue. And nearby a fireplace. I didn't know there was actually hints. Nearby a fireplace should be up here, right?
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warm... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Somewhere red and blue. Which one was that? Oh, it was sweet. Here are the bucket. I don't think I did that one with the buckets.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded on. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was
Red and blue is the
to
one where you
meeting
fall
room,
off.
but Stanley had felt the
Thingy.
bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no.
Do I want to deal with new managers?
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
What the
I
fuck?
suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Are we gonna watch an
Please,
instructional
stand here
video?
for a moment.
Alright.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios. And
It's
you'll
a game
whether or
show.
not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Is this a bucket?
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket.
What?
Not an actual bucket.
Shit.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual.
I'm gonna get all these right.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
God damn.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? It's a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Do they have to model a whole ass tractor just for...
Is this a bucket? Correct.
What?
This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay.
You can't do this. Everything was a bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Everything was a bucket.
Was a bucket. God, I had no idea.
How could this have happened?
I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
Phew.
This is wonderful.
Close call.
News. We're not buckets.
We're not buckets.
I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that.
Maybe don't mention that.
What that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Ugh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ugh, I think that's it. That was good. I gotta go to the bathroom anyway, and it's been 4 hours, so I think we're gonna call it. If you like the stream, hit me with a follow, and I might stream in another 4 months. Who knows? If people bug me more, if you bug me to stream, I'll stream. That's apparently the takeaway. It's because one guy bugged me. He was like, when are you gonna stream? And that's why I streamed. Who else is there, though? My favorite person, Eddie, was my favorite person to, like, sneak down the aisle and spook him. That was funny. That was the only part every day. That was the best part of the job. It's the only thing that kept me coming. Stream again? Alright, bug me some other time, and I'll stream again. And I'll play Katamari Damacy next time. It was between that and this, and I thought this would be better stream material, I guess. It was fun. I got a discount because I had already played the other game, but I don't know. I don't know how super worth this one was. I know he's gone. That's what I'm saying. So why the frick would I come back if he's not there anymore? And I still got to deal with Jamiroquai. But I don't have to deal with Jim if he quit. You'll have to update me. You'll have to like keep me updated on if he really quit. If Jim really quit. Ugh, but that's enough for me. I really have to go to the bathroom because it's been 4 hours and I've been drinking tea. So I will see y'all in the next one.